Evening. How are we all? I think I'm actually almost slightly on time today, which is an achievement. So, what are we doing Friday? Yes, we're going to be doing more tasks aboard the ship. And I've been thinking about this at length, about how best to handle this across the board for ship-wide orders, for tasks on the bridge, things that captain is asking of the ship, and then drilling down to the individual tasks for individual crew members. I'm trying to keep things modular and isolated as much as I can. So I'm going to have a go at having a single manager for tasks across the board, rather than having separate managers for each department. I'm going to roll them all into one and see whether or not that's more efficient in the long run. But we'll give it a go tonight and see. I think what I'd like to achieve tonight, if possible, is maybe add a second page to the YouTube player. So it's not just a YouTube player. It's also a crew information screen. So we can go in there and actually look at what the current ship objectives are, and maybe what the subtasks are as well for those objectives. Start using the conference room as an actual conference room where you can see what's going on. That also needs to be available on the bridge too. But yeah, I guess that will have to go on the holo display. But we shall see. We shall dive into it and have a look. Let's get rid of my giant face and see where we're at. So I noticed, just as I was coming in and having a look at this, that all the department managers I set up, for some reason, are inheriting from completely the wrong class. I don't know how that happened. I must have like half asleep to that, but yeah, so that was wrong anyway. Doesn't really affect anything, but yeah, completely the wrong inheritance chain on that. But we want this one, I've renamed it just to Task Manager. So I said a couple of streams back that this task management system is going to probably be the biggest system in the game, probably even more so than the Galaxy Gen, maybe. So we need to get it right, and it needs to be like completely ironclad robust, because all the ship-based gameplay is going to be ultimately driven by this. So yeah, it needs to be absolutely polished to the extreme and performant to boot. Hello to the new joiners. Yes, thank God it's Friday. Not that I get a Friday, I work every day, but still. It's Friday in spirit. So as part of this new way of doing things, I'm going to create an array of tasks for each department within this class, so that we are managing them all under one hood, which means that it's going to be easier to bounce between them and reference tasks from one department in another, and better track what's going on. And having all of this in one class means that that class has access to all of the data all of the time. We're not going to have to cast to anything. We're not going to have to send blueprint interfaces back and forth. We can just query this one class and it will say, right, here's the tasks for this department, here's the tasks for that department, here's all the stuff that's going on the bridge, and potentially also, here's the ship-wide objectives as well. I might keep the ship-wide objectives as a separate class, but we'll see. Sorry, I seem to be losing my voice already. That's not a good start, is it? Right, so what was all this? Let's get rid of that. So, completely blank slate. Now, if memory serves, I think we started creating some structures for various departments. I might just do some placeholder ones for those. Yeah, the YouTube player it's there as a nicety. I mean, I wouldn't want to call the YouTube player like one of the core features of the game, and it may not last forever depending on how our API usage is viewed by YouTube. They might not have a problem with it, but they might. We'll have to see. But yeah, so the YouTube player is there as a nicety for as long as we can keep it, and if at any point we can't keep it, then we'll just switch over to either a local video player, or at least have the ability to stream MP4 files from a personal website. But yeah, it's definitely not a core game system. Yeah, it's more the case that YouTube are quite picky about how their API gets used, and I think specifically it needs to play ads. And with us streaming from the API, it's not showing ads. At least as far as I've seen, it's not showing ads. It might be because I'm logged in and I'm ad-free on YouTube, but as far as I've seen, it's not playing ads, and they might have a problem with that. But we'll see. Like I said, it's just a nice to have system, so I'm not going to cry about it too much. vehicle tasks. Oh yes, that's the other thing I wanted to do actually. I wanted to have the stewards actually serving drinks in the VIP lounge, so we can have a couple of NPCs that are on a whim going up and ordering a drink, and then that generates a task for the stewards to bring them a drink. So we can have a go at that as well, maybe. I suppose I need to get my naming conventions right as well. Yeah, the volumetric galaxy is kind of done in all but the fact that we're struggling with having the volumetric effects scale properly in the galactic space. So it's not going to be any bigger than the nebulas in terms of how physically large it is. And obviously we move it around much slower than the nebulas to create the parallax effect to make it feel like it's massive. But managing that scale, the volumetric effect doesn't naturally stay consistent with the scale of the container that it's in. You can make the container any size, but the volumetric effect kind of stays static. And it's also being rendered as a post-process effect, which I don't really want it to do. So I need to convert it to being not a post-process effect, just a normal standard volumetric material. And I need it to adhere to the scale of the container that it's in. There's a lot of HLSL code that controls all of this that I need to combine into one like giant, like monolithic bit of HLSL so I can go through it properly. But it's going to be, you know, days and days of fiddling and messing about with it, which I don't have time for right now. So it's almost done, but it's got those little tweaks and things that stop it being usable right now. Yeah, I think, I mean, don't quote me on this because I might be wrong, but I think the way Elite does it is that every time you jump from one location to another, I think they actually render to a skybox to create the effect you see. Obviously, their nebulas are volumetric as well, as is their galaxy, but you're not seeing it in real time. So if you jump through a nebula in Elite, then you are jumping through it. You can see the nebula going past. But yeah, I think they do render it to a static skybox every time. But I don't know for sure. It's just me guessing based on what I've seen. Yeah, I think the way they do it is that when you jump, it does the calculation, it loads everything, it works out where you are, relative to the stars, the nebula, and everything else. And the jump effect gives the system the time to go through and generate everything it needs to generate. We're making lives slightly more difficult for ourselves by doing it in real time. But there are trade-offs depending on which way you do it. So we don't have it in yet, but the ship will have actual crew roles. So there's something like 196 crew positions on the ship, and each one of those positions are numbered. So the game will know which player or NPC is currently assigned to an actual position aboard the vessel. So obviously captain is a position that can only have one person occupy it, whereas engineer might have several persons occupying it. But it will know, the game will know who is the captain, so whether it's an NPC or a player, it will distribute tasks accordingly. And again, we covered this a couple of streams ago, but the way we generate and handle tasks for players needs to be different to the way we do it for NPCs. Because for NPCs, they need very specific hand-holding to walk them through each step of a task. Whereas for a player, we can just tell them the outcome that's required. So it might be a case of, go scan that planet. Whereas with the NPC, they're going to need every single intervening step told to them in order to achieve that goal. Because they won't have the logic to be able to work out what go scan that planet actually entails in terms of step-by-step actions. So there's going to be a split between the two systems. But the game will know. Thank you. Yes, this is my Skynet shirt, which I love. I have a wide array of geeky t-shirts, mostly thanks to Claire. Claire has a good taste in t-shirt. Yes, anyone in the command role, be that the XO or captain, will be able to shift assignments around. And in fact, in multiplayer, once we do the proper multiplayer onboarding, when you join a multiplayer game, if that's the first time you've joined that particular host, then you'll be positionless and rankless. You'll just be a new recruit appearing in the shuttle bay. It'll then be up to the command staff or the server host, they might be the same, but either the captain, the XO, or the server host, if they're not the captain or XO, will have to assign you a role aboard the ship and a rank and everything else. You will then retain that every time you join that particular person hosting, or potentially, if they start a new game, then it will have to be reassigned. If in your absence they assign it to someone else, then you'll go back to being a new recruit upon joining. So that's going to be all part of the onboarding, and we'll do the same thing when starting a fresh single player game as well. There'll be an onboarding process where you pick your role aboard the vessel and everything else. Although in single player you'll be able to change your role whenever you want to. We're not going to restrict people to being stuck to the role that they're in. So if you get bored being captain, you can go be an engineer or medic, if you so desire. Yeah, Illusion, that's that's kind of where I was going with it. Because we were building up like a task library, or rather an action library. So every action that needs to take place needs to have potentially multiple steps behind it. So if we're sending those actions to players and NPCs, we can potentially have all the data there for both, but the NPC will get will get the kind of the granular version, whereas the player will get just the standard go here, do this kind of high level instruction. Although, like I also said, we can potentially have that optional, so we can use it sort of as an on-the-fly tutorial, so players can have the granular version if they want. But then we also need to track objectives more thoroughly, which is what this potentially is going to be doing. So if we're tracking, say, sorry, I keep losing my voice tonight. Yeah, if we've got like 200 tasks, then obviously we're checking 200 sets of objectives, so we need to make sure that's lightweight. Right, so let's do the tasks then. Yeah, for sure. We can, as I say, we can use it as like an on-the-fly tutorial, which I think would be quite useful. We can maybe have that as something in the gameplay options, where you can toggle the granularity of the tasks that you're being given. I think that would definitely help. You know, if you're just picking the game up for the first time, and you're kind of met with this just huge array of tasks and things that will be given to do. And I imagine most new players will have no clue at all what they're doing. So yeah, it would be good to be able to do that. Hey, Patrick, all good, thank you. Command, science, engineering, tactical, deck, tasks. Oh, I clicked the output log. It's always a mistake. Potentially illusion, yeah. I mean, once the system is there and it's polished and it's working, then we can start looking at authoring like custom tasks and custom objectives and custom ship states as well. Yeah, potentially. I mean, we will be generating some kind of XP bar per role, so yeah, that's always something. But I think I'd rather it be something the player has direct control over, so I prefer the idea of having it as a toggle in the options, rather than the system itself choosing for you. Stewards. I can never ever remember the word stewards for some reason. I've got like a mental block. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What are we missing? Medical. Command, Science, Engineering, Tactical, Deck, Stewards, Medical. I think that's all the departments. I always got it in my head that there's 8 roles, but I think I'm counting civilian as part of that. And there won't be any civilian tasks. So, do I or do I not include ship-wide objectives? That is the question. Yeah, I think I'd probably put things like that as more of a specialty thing. I guess when we start implementing non-standard things like that, we'll probably have some kind of non-standard task tracking. When it comes to civilians on the vessel generally, I think we'll just leave that up to players. So the players will never be tasked specifically with go sabotage this thing because you're in this organization. It'll be a case of if you want to do that, then feel free. Kind of non-forced Among Us style gameplay. So there's going to be some overlap here. Because we've got orders coming from Earth. So the Admiralty will send through orders to go and investigate a grid coordinate somewhere. Go look at LV-426, for example. And that's going to be something that the ship as a whole needs to complete in order for that order to be satisfied. But at the same time, we're going to have the captain initiating ship-wide orders as well. So it might be set the ship cold and dark, set the ship into refueling mode, all power to the shields. There's going to be various ship states, which I guess we'll manage through the engineering side of things, but it needs to exist as a ship-wide objective until it has been completed. And we need something to track that. And I'm debating the wisdom of having that on this global task manager, or whether it really should exist as its own independent thing. The only thing with that is the ship-wide objectives are going to be generating tasks for all the other departments, especially the likes of engineering. So in that regard, having it on here means that generating tasks for these other departments is really easy. We're just dropping it into the list. I was going to have a different array for unassigned versus assigned, just so that we keep the array loops manageable, but I don't think there are going to be so many tasks that looping the array is going to be much of a problem, because we can just have an assigned flag as part of the struct. and that kind of determines when we're looping the array to find an unassigned task. We can just check that flag rather than looking for a separate array, and then we're not moving tasks between arrays. Because the more we move it around, the more we're sort of putting in chances for things to go wrong. So if we keep it simple, as always, the best system is no system. So we'll keep it simple as possible. Yeah. Yeah. We'll try that in a sec. So we do have, obviously, our existing task managers for the other departments. I think where's the engineering one gone? Yeah, so this was the one that we'd fleshed out the most for repairing cables and things. So we need to make this more generic now, so that it's it fits all the different departments as much as it can. Yeah, I was going to have an overall struct, but I think, well, I suppose we still could, but no, because we're going to need a separate struct for each department, because each department's tasks are quite different from one another, and they're going to require different data structure. So if we had a master struct, which was just task, then it would have to have all the different department structs as like child structs of that. I think it's cleaner just to have them as separate structs. Yeah, the whole orders from Earth thing, that's not necessarily... I mean, yes, the captain will pick up that order, and whether or not they won't be able to reject the order there and then. Like, you can't tell the Admiral, actually, no, I'm not doing that, because, you're doing what you're told. But you can choose not to do complete the objective, which means it's going to be sitting there. Although, at the same time, we don't want to force gameplay on players. So if you're busily trying to get somewhere, and you're constantly getting calls from Earth to say go look at stuff, that's stuff you might not necessarily want to be doing. So there's going to have to be a balance there somewhere. Yes, Jamo, exactly that. So there will be cross dependencies. Well, I suppose case in point, the Explore the Star System one involves both the science department and the helm. So the subtasks are being generated between those two different departments, because you need both of them involved in traversing a star system and performing scans. So the ship-wide order is go and explore this star system, which is initiated by the captain. Similarly, the same would be true for if that order came from Earth, in which case you'd have the same thing, where, I guess, through the captain, the Admiralty is saying go and explore the star system. To what extent? I think probably we'll just do like a medium range scan, so you just have to kind of be there, drop a medium range scan, and that will satisfy the objective. It's more of a helping hand along the way, just kind of helping direct players towards points of interest. Again, not every time, because we don't want it to become predictable, but it needs to be the case that when you get a call from Earth to say go check out these coordinates, there's a reasonably high percentage of a chance that something interesting is going to be there. So it's kind of worth your while to go check it out. It might be nothing, maybe 25% of the time, but more often than not, it will be something interesting. Again, we'll tweak the numbers and balance that depending on how that feels when actually played for real. Yeah, I think to keep it simple, we'll probably have it drop into the ship objectives task list as an unassigned task, or rather than unassigned, we'll have like an unactioned or unimplemented type of flag. And then it's up to the captain to go through and actually action those orders and say, right, yes, we're doing that. Because there's also going to have to be a priority list as well. And I guess we'll do the priority list on a per objective basis and have that configurable by the captain. So if the captain decides that doing what the Admiralty's asked is more important, then they can bump that up the list. And then the NPCs will stop what they're doing and go do that instead, because that's now a higher priority. Yeah, I guess the bridge there is taking the comms call, answering that, dealing with that, and I suppose that's what then generates the task. So it's not the call itself that generates the task, it's the conversation that happens as a result of that call that then generates the task. And I suppose at that point we can put it in the captain's hands as to whether or not that's a thing that's happening. Again, going back to the whole player agency thing, like in kind of realistic terms, like it's a direct order from the Admiralty, but from a gameplay perspective, I guess we do want to give players more agency in that regard. So we should be giving the players the option to reject that order and just say, sorry, we're not heading in that direction, and make it more of a suggestion from Earth rather than a direct command. So it's like, we think you should go here and look at this. We're not specifically ordering you to, but we think you should. And then it leaves it up to the captain's prerogative as to whether or not they do. And that just kind of satisfies players who are trying to get somewhere and they don't want to keep stopping to look at stuff on the way because they're on their way somewhere. Whereas other players who are looking for things to do can just accept every single one that comes through. That's probably the nicer way of handling it. But yes, so the comms system is going to have to drop into this at some point. But I think the gatekeeping of that needs to be the conversation that the captain has. So we'll keep that all isolated under the comms system. Again, I want these set pillars of code bases that are isolated and standalone and modular, and then those code bases can inject into others when required. So the comms system receives the call, the comms system is what's used to manage the call, and at the end of that call, it is then either passed into the shipwide objectives code or not, depending on whether or not the captain chooses to accept it. Yeah, that sounds about right, Jamo, actually. Yeah. Yeah, so Earth's saying, hey, go check this out. And the captain's like, nah, I'm busy that day. I'm sure we can implement that in other ways for us. Like, something we do need to do is find some way of punishing bad behavior in the game. Again, without taking away player agency, we definitely want players to be fully in control of their actions and be free to do whatever they want in the game. But there does have to be consequence. Obviously, the law of the game is that humanity's out there exploring the stars. We're not out there being space jerks. So if you decide to be a space jerk, then there needs to be consequence. So we'll probably have an alignment style system, which will project your reputation forwards as you travel, which means the more of a jerk you are, the less likely you will be well received by future encounters. Like, your reputation will precede you. That's probably the easiest way of managing that. And then, when you get back to Earth eventually, that's when we can handle the punishment side of things. And then your mission score will be terrible because you've been such an asshole to everybody. Yeah, exactly. But that's way down the line. Right. Let's stop staring at a blank page and do something, shall we? Okay, so we've got various different blueprint interfaces here. So this is all using shipwide orders. So we'll probably piggyback off of that for each of the individual tasks. Yeah, because we've already started that process there. So I guess we're going to need create, complete, and maybe, update. But the most challenging part of this isn't the creation and the assignment of the tasks, it's actually tracking completion objectives, because some of the completion objectives are quite obscure. So we need to be able to track that and maybe even put a percentage against it if possible, because again we need this set against a UI, which I might put a bunch of along this back wall here just for testing purposes. And you may wonder why there's a helm chair on a platform. Well, let me tell you, I'm reasonably convinced now I finally, once and for all, fixed the player being teleported to the roof when exiting a chair. The system, just to go off on a tangent a minute, when you exit a chair has these exit locations, these balls around it. So you've got one up front and one each side. It will always prioritize the one in front of the chair. So if you obviously turn the chair, they turn with you. So it wants to have the player exit forwards out of the chair. If that is blocked by anything for any reason, like a console, then it will make an attempt at one side then the other, because that's the next more sensible place to put the player. Again, like here, that's overlapping the console, so that's an invalid location. So if neither of those locations are valid, then what it'll do is it will actually look for a valid location on the nav mesh, and it will try and put the player there instead. And it's only looking about a meter away from the chair, so there's like an arc around there that it looks for. But what seems to be happening is if you have a valid nav mesh above or below the chair, then it's for some reason saying, ooh, that's a valid spot. So even though we're looking with a radius of 100 centimeters, which is only like out here, which is nowhere near the nav mesh above or below. I don't know whether this is an engine bug or something I'm doing wrong, but it will think that's valid. And I'm wondering whether it's not taking vertical distance into account. So it's like, you know, it's within the meter on the X and Y, but not the Z. And I think it might be ignoring the Z aspect of this. I guess Unreal doesn't generally expect nav meshes to be like above each other, stacked like this. So what I've done is we first of all find our position, and then we check to see whether that is within a reasonable distance of the chair. And if it's not, we then re-roll the dice and look for another location, and we keep doing that until it's within distance of the chair. We then use the half height of the player character, because that's kind of where the origin of the character lives, and then we cast a line trace downward until it hits the floor, and then we know where the floor is, and then we spawn the player. So the net result of that is when you press F or space to leave the chair, sometimes you'll instantly leave the chair, and other times it will take like half a second before you get up, and every time it takes like half a second, it's because it's trying desperately to stick you on the roof of the bridge, and the system's saying, no, you can't do that, that's an invalid location. But it seems to be consistently fixed now, which makes me very happy, because that's been a bug which has plagued us for like a year and a half, if not longer. And every time I implement a fix for it, it finds another way of throwing the player out the ship. But yeah, hopefully that's now fixed once and for all. Good riddance to it. Yeah. I know, it's crazy that the chair system has been one of the most buggy, troublesome systems in the whole game. Chairs. You think it's a chair, you sit in it, but no, it's tremendously picky for many reasons, not least of which we've got nav meshes on top of one another, and that just throws it all off. Anyway, enough of my stress. Right. So yeah, so in the interest of making sure that UI screens are only ever UI screens and nothing more than UI screens, they don't run any code, they don't have logic going on, they don't do anything for the ship or for the player or for the galaxy, they're just a UI screen. We're going to need one of those for each department for jobs boards, and of course making them generic means we can have more than one. We can dot them around the ship, and we can have that same information displayed in places like the conference room. So we'll add a tabbed interface to this. Yeah, so we need, what's the best way of doing this? I guess maybe a base class just for jobs boards. Yeah, let's just give that a whirl up in it, because I can make child copies of that. Let's make sure it's properly parented. Okay, so no, do not click output log. Oh, I did it again. Bad output log. Oh, I can, yeah. I need it quite often, but because I need it, it's there. But sometimes I just click on it. It's all right now because I've cleared the log, so it's nice and quick. But yeah, after a few hours, it fills up quite quickly with just stuff that the engine is doing. Right, so on here we're going to need a widget. This is essentially our generic jobs board. So what we'll do is we will take what I prepared earlier and we'll use that. So we can take all our optimization stuff and all the stuff we were doing for engineering. Yeah, I'd be tempted to just copy the class, but I think for now, yeah, I'll just copy those. Or will I? No, actually, no, I won't. Change my mind. I will just duplicate the engineering one. We'll do a separate widget for each department, but the actual task board itself, in fact, rather than having that one specifically, let's go ahead, just call that task board. Right, just so we've got all the optimization stuff done already. So rather than the task board managing its own list of live tasks, we want to be getting this list from the task manager instead. Because again, this needs to be like a dumb output device only. Yeah, so we're going to have to make an interface so we can't cast it, because we're going to have different UI widgets. We can't cast to a specific one, so that needs to be an interface instead. So if we use I think I'm going to use our UI one. Again, trying to keep everything as consistent and modular and reusable as possible. Would help if we put it on the right. Oh, it's already using it. Great, on the right one. So we need a set parent, and that's going to be parent blueprint, which is an actor reference. So this just allows us to tell the widget who its parent is, which means we can change this to any widget we want. So rather than casting to it, we will just do set parent BP like that, and we can just use reference to self. So it saves all that casting and setting of specific variables and all that nonsense. Yes, we want to do that. We also need to set up our reference to the task manager. So we want to get all actors of class, which is our task manager. And this is only happening once on begin play, so it doesn't matter that we're using this. there is only going to be one of them. Then we will cast to task manager, and then we shall promote this to a variable. So now we have a reference to our task manager, and that means we can get all the stuff we need from that at any point we need it, rather than storing local copies on this particular one. It shouldn't need to be replicated because all of this stuff is happening. It's happening server side, so the client doesn't need to know that reference. I guess the only thing that we will need is a rep notify variable for the actual list of tasks so that we can display that on the widget. The widgets themselves cannot replicate by nature, so if we do a rep notify on here, then we can set that variable, and then that will tell the clients to update their UI, just to keep everything nicely replicated. Hey Jim, good to see you. Yeah, thanks for that thread on Discord. That made me smile. Sometimes you get bogged down in like bug fixing hell, and it feels like you go, 2 steps forward and 1 step back continually, because you add something new and then something else breaks, and now you're fixing bugs. So you spend like a day developing a new feature and then the whole of the next week fixing stuff that it broke in the process. So it's it's nice to hear that people are still enjoying the experience. Helps keep us motivated. Okay, so I got that, and that. I'm tempted, to be honest, to maybe stick all of this on our loading complete event, because really none of this needs to do anything until all the levels are loaded. Not least of which we need to make sure that the manager itself has been spawned. So something I was doing actually yesterday is I was going through our startup process for the game and just making sure that we're nailing the step-by-step gating to make sure that all the startup tasks and all the things that need to happen in the right order are happening when they should and not before or after. And having gates like this allows us to say, right, all the levels have been loaded, so now you can proceed and do your stuff. So we're just gating those things all the way through. So none of this begin play stuff should fire until all the levels in the game are loaded. We know they're loaded, they're ready, and then this can do its thing. And I guess the other thing we can do actually on this, because hang on, let's just make sure. Yeah, so that one needs to only happen on the server. Yeah, that needs to happen on the client. Typically that would be only on the server. Again, the client doesn't need to know what the task manager is doing. It only needs to see the rep notify variables, which on that note we need to make sure this is replicated and it's net loaded on the client, because we're doing some UI optimization. Ideally, I wouldn't load this on the client if it was something that's specifically network managed, but we're doing a bunch of client optimization, which means the UI screen needs to be collapsed and things like that. So it's better just to have the client do that itself, which is what this is. So that's fine. That's server side only anyway. Yeah, and then that's just us checking that the electrical system is running. Okay. Right, so that's all our setup tasks done. Okay, so I suppose the next thing we need is we need our task check. And I suppose we need to do this. See, I'd be tempted to have just like a 1 second tick in the background, which is constantly polling the task manager to update and refresh the tasks that are available. Most of the time they'll be fairly static, so that's not necessarily needed. So we could make it an event-driven thing, but we do need to know what tasks we are polling for. Yeah, so we don't care about it being engineering specifically, but I suppose we are going to have different variables for each department, because they are different structs. Otherwise we could just put all the same departments in one, but we can't. So we'll have to have generic UI display. Yeah, then one of these for each department. So we're going to require basically the same as we've done on the manager. And of course these all need to be arrays. Can we do them all at once? No, of course not. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you were bug free. That always makes me happy. Yeah, I've got so annoyed with the constant stream of bugs lately that's kind of what's driving this this need to just make sure that we are like absolutely nailing the structure of everything and the way everything's all kind of held together. Because the more structured and modular it is, the less some things are going to interfere with other things. Which is, most of the bugs we have are things not playing well together. I was wondering about maybe maybe having a child class of these that that holds the department specific variables, and then maybe use a wildcard for sending that variable across. Not sure how well a wildcard would work in this environment, because we want to basically get the UI and grab, like, say that struct of tasks, and then we're giving that to the UI. We're saying, right, here's the task list, and obviously that contains all the data, like who it's assigned to, is it assigned, what is it, what's the description. So basically everything about the task should be in this array, and we're just handing that off to the widget via rep notify. Can we? No, see, we couldn't make that a wildcard. I don't think. I don't think we can anyway. Because if we can, that would be interesting. No, we can't. Yeah, because if we made it a wildcard struct, then we could treat the whole thing as just a wildcard all the way through. So we could fire any struct at it we want, because it would just be a wildcard array. But I think when it comes to rep notify, it specifically wants like that struct. But not to worry, we can just do one for each department. There aren't that many of them. And then from the widget side, it doesn't matter at that point, because we can use a blueprint interface to just send that on a per widget basis. So yeah, although I think we would need, we'd need one function, unless we can make that a wildcard. Hang on. Sure, we can do that. Yeah, so the wildcard option, as much as it's there for a macro, it's not there for a blueprint interface, which is a shame, because that would be nice. If we could make these inputs wildcards, that would be really useful. And I will just double check that it's definitely not doing it. No, so it's not allowing wildcards on blueprint interfaces. If anyone knows a way of doing that, let me know, because that would be really good. Hey T-Shane, good to see you. Okay then, so what we'll do then, I'll just piggyback onto our server post load, and we will do a set timer by function name, and we will do check task manager once per second. Oh, no, once per second. Then I'll just update all the tasks. Yeah. So I suppose we need We need a get tasks on here, so make sure that we are implementing that. So if we do, again, I could do just one like mega function that contains all of them, but I think it's probably more prudent to do them per department. So it will be get command tasks, and then we would just have our struct in there. Stick them in some subfolders as well, just to make it nice and organized. So we need our struct for, I guess, just department. So what we can do is we can go through our department. If we make this instance editable, then for every copy of this UI, we just set which department it relates to, and it will automatically pull out the one we want from the relevant department. I am curious, however, as to where this is being used. Yeah, that's what I thought. So this one is kind of our generic department description, which is used by quite a lot of stuff. So I think what we'll do is we'll make a new one, which is task departments. So we'll have a specific list of task-specific things, like having the bridge itself as a separate department. We can then store that in there. And any other specialty department that we might find the need for. So we've got bridge specifically. So command, science, engineering, tactical, helm, medical, and stewards, and I suppose just for the sake of completeness we'll stick civilian in there as well. Or I suppose we also need ship, or ship wide. Stick that one at the top. Yeah, so ship wide and bridge, they're kind of like our specialty departments, but they'll be useful as a breakout, like for here. So if we change that to task departments, wait for it to do its thing. yeah, then for each one we would do like get engineering. What did I call it? Oh, I just did the command one. Get command tasks. Although of course I did cast actually. So of course I've cast to this when setting the variable. If I don't cast to it, so we break that reference chain, then that will no longer be valid. So that shouldn't. Hang on, if I set that. No, it's still letting me. That's interesting. I'm guessing that's because I've set the type there. Surprised it didn't give me the warning that it's already of that type, so you don't need to cast to it, but alright, fair enough. Anytime I can remove a cast, it makes me happy. So we would do that, and then we do that. So this list shouldn't grow much bigger than this at all, so it shouldn't get too unwieldy. But then on here we simply set that to rep notify, and then within the rep notify function we would get our UI widget, get the widget, and then we'd need, we could either cast to it, or, which is better, we'll add a function on here. So we'll do update command UI, I suppose. So because we're firing this from a rep notify, it means that this UI is going to be updated in multiplayer as well as single player. So what we're doing once per second is we're checking which department this UI relates to, and then it will run whichever one of these pins matches its department, and it will grab the most recent state of the task list from the task manager and update the UI accordingly. So this is the parent blueprint for the UI, and again, all we're doing here is we're doing this kind of read action. We're not processing data actively, which is again kind of the state I want to be in for all of the UIs. The sensors UI is like activity hell right now. It's doing all sorts of stuff. It's even doing NPC stuff like as part of the UI. It's nightmare fuel, so that needs fixing. So we need to make sure that we do this now for everything. Okay, so for each one of these, we want to do get ship objectives. That's that one. Get bridge tasks. Forgot I'd made the variables already. That makes life easier. Smush them up together because there's going to be a lot of them. Science. To rename that one to deck, actually. It's not the helm, is it? It's the deck department. You've got medical and students. All of these need to be wrap notify. So as much as this looks a little unwieldy, on any given UI screen, it's only ever going to be running one of these, depending on its department. So it shouldn't be too crazy. Yeah, so that really is all we kind of need in terms of our tick. Now I might do away with the tick and move it to an event-driven process, but for now we'll just do it on tick and see. Although tick's the wrong word, it's a looping event. Right, and then we need on here. We need one of these for every single one. So update command UI. So command science. Oops. Again, the only reason we're having to do this for every single department individually is because each one has its own unique struct. Science, tactical, engineering, medical. Deck. So, command 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which one am I missing? Tactical. Oh, stewards. Always forgetting that one. Oh, and of course we also need bridge. And we also need ship wide. What did I even call that? Oh, I didn't. So we didn't actually make one for ship wide, so let's go ahead and do that. I'll start moving them into here, I think. Let's keep it consistent. I think it's just really low, Sawbone. I can never find the right balance with it. Like if I turn it up just a smidge, like it can get too loud. Frustratingly, the live stream that I use for the music, link in the description, is really loud. Like 1 pixel is like painfully loud. Congrats. You're right, Claire, I should. One day I will find 10 seconds to deal with it. Which one did I do? Was it that one? Yeah. So for each of these on rep functions, we need to grab our widget and we need to do update ship wide UI and pop in the ship objectives. And then rinse and repeat. Bridge UI. That one's the bridge one. Command we've done. So this is the nice thing about doing all of the departments at once, is that we kind of get a production line going. It's quicker to do them all at once than it is to do them one at a time, because you kind of get into a flow with it. Missed that one. Okay, so all of our departments will now update once per second, which means all those UIs should be updating. Hey, Matimeter. The problem with that illusion is that they're all different structs. So what I could do is I could make just an update UI generic function and list all the departments on there, and we could pass it through in that way. But because each struct is a different struct, they would have to be all separate entries on the input. Hey, Ghost. Yeah, I think ultimately I like not as far as I'm aware, at least not from blueprints anyway. Like with a macro, you can have wildcard arrays. So you could just set up a generic function with a wildcard array, and then obviously it doesn't matter what type of array you plug into it. It could be anything. The wildcard will just pass it through, as long as it's kind of wildcard in, and then the output is managed as the struct that it's supposed to be. It would work. But with the blueprint interface, it doesn't work with wildcards, so you need to give it a specific struct or array type, whatever that array type might be. Yeah, if the blueprint interfaces worked with wildcards, then that would be lovely, but it's not. Unless they do, and I've missed it, but I tried it and it wouldn't let me. Right, so now that we have this set up, what we should be able to do, so this one is now updated to that new class. So if we were to pop this around here, just so we've got some room. Yeah, so we can set which department now, which task department this is in. So we've got a ship wide, bridge, steady on there, camera, command, science, engineering, tactical, deck, we won't worry about those ones for now. But yeah, so each of these should update to show the tasks for that specific department. We will give each of them their own UI widget, because again we're dealing with a different type of struct with each one, and the task listing is probably going to be unique for each department. So like medical tasks are going to have a lot quite different objectives to engineering tasks, so we want to make sure that they are both visually and contextually relevant for the department that they're in. Like, you know, the medical ones need to have like medical graphics on them, whereas the engineering ones need to look a lot more nuts and bolts and spanners. Okay, so on a previous stream we set up the engineering task board, so that should have the ability to list tasks and things already. I think we might maybe make it smaller. And we can make them all fit then. need to set that within here as well. And just as part of the optimization, this just again, it collapses the widget to a single pixel when it's not needed, which frees up the VRAM. We should be able to group these up better now. So something we would want on the like on the conference room screen is the ability to switch to like any of these UIs. So in the conference room you can actually pull up active tasks from any department, which I think would be just useful from a command perspective. And obviously on a per department basis. True that. Sounds good, Mad Dementer. Funnily enough, my spare valve index parts arrived today, because for anyone that hasn't heard, I got my foot trapped in the index cable, fell over and landed on the index, snapping off the head restraint, and it didn't just like pop off. I literally kind of snapped the speaker connector bit out of the headset, so it's completely snapped and unrepairable. So I've had to order spare parts. Luckily, it only came to about £20 worth of spare parts. So thank you, iFixit. I also completely crushed an aquarium test kit at the same time, which happens to be on the floor next to it. Wasn't my finest moment, I can assure you. It is. Hang on a sec. For anyone who's wondering what indexes shouldn't do, it's that basically. So I've I don't know if you can see with the camera. Basically, I've completely snapped it off. But luckily, the spare part was like a tenner, and I also broke this too, like the face mask bit. It's like, I don't know whether you can see, it's like snapped there. So both those bits together were 20 quid. It's brilliant. Although I do now have to completely dismantle it, which is the next fun job to do. But hang on. Yeah, it's from iFixit. Ooh. Yeah, like the face gasket, $13.99, and then the other bit, can't remember what it was now. It was, oh, those things, like these speaker contact brackets. That's the thing that snapped. But as you can see, it's like, it's one of those like right in the middle of the headset pieces, and like I sheared that off. It's an absolute nightmare. But luckily, like super cheap. I was not expecting that to be $4.99, but it was, and it arrived. So yay, thanks to them. Yeah, it's brilliant. I couldn't believe it. When I saw it, I thought, oh, that's going to cost me hundreds, isn't it? But no, 20 quid. Brilliant. Right, so we've got our UIs, now we need our tasks. Oh, good, thank you, Zalaf. Well, yeah, I actually have to do the physically fixing it part, but it shouldn't be too bad. I've completely dismantled and fixed phones in my time, and DS's and all sorts of other electrical things, so I'm sure I can manage a headset. Yeah, right, so tasks. It's got the lenses and everything, but I don't think it has screens. Yeah, so before I add the tabbed interface onto this, we'll make sure that we're generating tasks and having them come up on here first. I suppose the one, like the engineering one's fairly simple because we've got broken cables, but I think what I might do is I might make a task generating actor. Oh, the stream looks okay from here. There is a blip in the graph, but it says the stream is healthy. Oh, fingers crossed it doesn't do it again. Yeah, so if we make an actor just as a test, so make it a task generator, then we can use this as our our proof of concept of generating tasks for different departments. And then we will generate them like for reals. I name it Greg Davies. He could have a blueprint named in his honor. So what I'll do is I'll have it randomly generate something from a department randomly. I know what I mean. Actually, can we get... No. We can do... random bytes, can't we? Can we not do a random byte? Can we do random int range and then convert that to a byte? Yeah, because we can set our department randomly like that. I did name it Greg AJ. Look, BP Greg Davies. I'll have a little Alex Horn one somewhere as well. So timer by event, and then every 5 seconds we will generate a task. If anyone knows of a better way of getting a random enum value out of an enum variable, do let me know. This is kind of the only way I know how to do it. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that would be 0 to 8. So that randomly sets our department. I suppose also on begin play we need to grab a reference to our task manager. Here's some code I stole earlier. That gets a reference to that. Right, so I suppose we need to switch on that. And then we need to make whatever struct it is for each one. So do we have that set up? Yeah, so we're going to have a create task for each one. So create command task, and then that will be struct develop task command task. So I've done deck, science, and engineering already. So we haven't done medical. Haven't done stewards. I suppose I'll go generic with it so that we're not having to type that in every time. So command, medical, stewards, engineering, shipwide, science. Oops. Bridge. Command, medical, stewards, bridge, engineering, science, shipwide deck. Have I missed any? Command, medical, stewards, bridge. So command create, deck create, science create, shipwide. No. Engineering creates, tactical, did I not do tactical? Tactical, create. Medical, create. Stewards, create. Bridge, create. Okay. Yeah, so we'll handle that slightly differently. Thank you, Dongo. Yes, I did miss that one. Right, so old Greg Davies here. He needs to raise one of these for each now, so that would be create ship-wide order. Now what we're going to have to do for each of these is we're actually going to have to make the struct. Now, right now we haven't done the struct for a bunch of them. So what I'll do is I'll collapse all of these into their own graphs. So they're going to be a bit messy for a minute. Create bridge task. Make the struct. You know what? I'll collapse them now. We'll clean all those up and make them pretty once we've done them all. Whose idea was it to have this many departments? Oh, didn't want to do that. True CSI. I kind of like it like this though. I like to be able to have all of it under one roof so that we can easily manage it all in one place. Removes blueprint bloat, means we have less actors in the world. Just keeps everything neat. I like neat. Okay, so obviously for each one of these, we need to build the struct and make it relevant for the department. And yeah, and then we need to make sure we build corresponding UI elements for that as well. Well, if we do the engineering one, if we do science, engineering, and deck, because we've already got structure for that already, because we're already building some tasks for those departments. So we've got our task stuff here. So this particular one, needs to be in the bridge department, not science. So I need to move the exploring of a star system over to the bridge department along with deck and sensors. So rather than passing scan the planet to the science department and fly the ship to the deck department, instead, now that we have a bridge department, we can simply assign it to different roles within the same department. So we're not having to pass it between departments. It's all kind of encapsulated within the bridge environment. It just makes that a bit easier, sort of managing bridge operations. For now, that should do. If we just do a random int in range, just give it the OOJ number, remove the last few digits to make sure that it actually works, because that doesn't work if it's maxed out. And that will start raising those tasks, and we will do the same thing for engineering. Doesn't really matter what it is right now. I'll just raise it as is, and deck as well, because that also has tasks. But this is a good example of how, like, a deck task has different information on it to, say, science task. So when we're raising tasks for those departments, the structure of those tasks looks very different, because they need different data in order to complete those tasks, which is why they're all separate. Okay, so with this done, and let's stick Greg Davies in the world. I just thought of something hilarious. bear with me. There we go. So there's Greg looking over everything. It's a shame that only works when like game mode is on. Well, true, but still, he is the almighty overseer. Now that's going to do nothing right now until such a time as we fix this. So that's just our task manager. I think I did actually drag one into the world. Deck, bridge, blah, 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 blah. No, I didn't. Okay, so we'll stick that out here with Greg. Jammers, with metahumans these days, you can actually make a fair likeness of people, so that would be quite funny. Right, so we've got our task manager, we've got our task generator in Greg, we've got our UI screens for displaying the tasks. So the last piece of the puzzle is we need to create the corresponding interface events on here. So these are all the categories that we made over here, so all this lot. This is how they appear within the blueprint. So we just need to basically go through, no, not that one, that one. Okay, so there's all our different departments. So what we need to do here is we simply get a corresponding array and simply add the task. So what are we doing first? Tactical. So get that and add. Just like that. And we do that for all of them. That up a minute. engineering deck command medical stewards and bridge. And then we've got our ship-wide orders, which I'm going to rename. Right, so those are all the corresponding interface events. So what should be happening now is we have our task board, which once per second is polling our task manager per department, depending on the department board, grabbing its active tasks. And then we've got Greg here, who is raising those tasks once per 5 seconds, I think I set it to. Let's speed that up actually, just for the old testing purposes. Yeah, so he'll be creating one task per second, and they should be appearing randomly on 3 of these. Although it might actually just actually not saying that because they're all engineering right now. Let's just test the engineering one because they're all using the same engineering UI. We'll need to make a separate UI for every single one, but let's just test that, see whether engineering pops anything up. Okay, or the UI is going to have an electrical problem and not turn on at all. I'm assuming. So we got our valid deck, feed hardware. Are we calling levels loaded? Loading complete. Yes, we are. So loading complete. Do that. Do that. Set that. Do the optimization. I wonder if this is one of them loading order things. Are we doing a check on there? No. So for our usual electrical system troubleshooting, it might be that we're waiting for that event. Let me just skip that a minute so it happens sooner. No, it's not that. That one's working, so the electrical supply is obviously there. It's going to be something stupid, it usually is. So feed hardware visible from ADEC. Feed hardware visible from ADEC. That should be true for all of them. Okay. Right, let's see if we can figure out what's going on. Because we don't need that let's just set that manually. Give it some juice. Just going to disable the electrical stuff a minute, just see whether that's what the problem is or not. Yeah, there we go. So I can't remember which one was the engineering one. We're going to need some debug from Greg actually, so we can announce which department he's raising tasks for, because obviously we don't know whether or not he's actually hitting engineering. Oh, I know what we haven't done though. Saying that, I haven't actually told the UI what it should be doing. That would make a difference. Let's just turn off debug on stuff a minute. Debug no. Can't remember which thing is causing the 240 message to appear. I shall find it in a mo. Right, so we know what Greg we want. Yeah, this. So we need to implement. So where we do the refresh task list, what we actually want to do is instead use our interface. Which was not that one. To add our task. What did I call it? Yeah, so we've got our engineering one somewhere there. Yeah, so instead of doing that, we are using the blueprint interface now with that. So for each of the UI flavors, we need the corresponding interface there where we're passing through our live task list. And then on Greg, to make sure that we spam out this, so we'll simply do enum to string, and then he'll let us know which department he's raising things for. Oh. What did I break? Oh yeah, so hang on, let's get rid of that because that's not needed. And that was the old way of doing it. Hey Don. isn't it? Aha! There we go. Engineering. So when we add the same code to the other ones, then every time an engineering task is raised, it will start appearing on the UI, like so. Which is good, so that's working. So we should be able to make sure that quite literally all of them are doing what they should be doing. So we need to do a little bit more setup work now. Yeah, so in the engineering department, we've got our list view and the widget itself. So we need a widget and a list view for each of the departments, which is time consuming but necessary. So we've got bridge, and we'll do them all in the same folder, then move them to their corresponding homes. So deck engineering, medical, science, shipwide, stewards, tactical. Okay. I think I renamed that, so we'll do task list view engineering. Keeps them together then. So bridge, command, deck. Again, it's ultimately quicker to do all of them all at once than it would be to try and work on them independently, because you kind of just get into a rhythm with it. Stewards and tactical. So those are the physical UIs that we display, and these are the list view child items or child objects that we display on those UIs. And again, they all need to be different because they have a different structure for each task, each department. I think what I'll do on here, I guess, on the construction script, is we will take our widget and we will do set widget. Fortunately, we've already got our department, which I will call task department, just so we're not confused. And then if we do a select on that, then we can set the widget blueprint automatically just by changing our department. So we don't need to go through and like manually assign any of this. So WPP ship wide. Hold up. What am I missing? Is it set widget class? I'm sure you could change that. User widget. User widget. How do I make that an object reference? So that is a widget of, right, okay. All right, so if we make that our type, can we do it from there? No. Okay, so we'd have to just seeing what that type actually needs to be, because obviously it's not showing anything because it's expecting a widget object reference, but we need the blueprint version. Yeah, we need to make that class that. No worries, CSI, have a good one. Okay, so WPP, what's this one? Ship wide. Okay. Can I plug that in there? Widget object reference, user widget object reference. So we got a mismatch between the type on there. There's probably a way of transposing that, but I don't know what it is. I mean, you should be able to just set widget. I mean, surely. Hang on. Widget object to user widget object. Oh, do we have to cast to it? Okay. All right then, so if we were to do that, so taskbar command. No, not going to let me. Unless we do it from there, actually. So we can do it that way. Ideally, I'd like to be able to set that so we're not going to use a widget, a variable for it, because that just feels like unnecessary variable creation. But it won't let me do it, so we might have to, which is a pain. There's no way of kind of casting to that. Let's just try popping that into engineering a minute, making that one the engineering one. So I want to see that it actually does set it before I go ahead and do all of them. Can't remember which one was engineering, but let's have a look. Oh yeah. Let's just disconnect these a minute. There. We need to change all of these to match their valid type. Which is fine, we knew we had to do that. Let's go through and I've just noticed a button I've never pressed before. I've literally never seen that. Just goes to show I always close the tab so quickly I never bother to read it. Oh, good night, Zelaf. Have a good one. Sorry, I didn't see you leaving. find our command. 1 minute. Not that version. Oops. No, that should be a widget. So I'm going to basically set every single one to command except the engineering one, although I seem to have set that one to command. It shouldn't be. Cast to WPP engineering. Oops. Let's put back it. What I'm looking to see, and let's just move these out of the way because there's a branch there and we don't want that branch getting in the way of our test. I want to see that the engineering one is engineering and all the rest of them are command, just to verify that this is actually working the way I intend it to. I have no idea. Right, so they all say engineering, which would suggest that that didn't work. So sure we were setting the tasks department. Yep, so that should be working. So that is obviously not working the way I want it to, or perhaps it's just not working in the constructor the way I want it to. Let's stick it on begin play instead. Sure that that's still user widget, user widget, user widget. Yep, okay. Okay, that's different. So we've cleared the widget this time. assuming that's just doing the same thing, which we don't want. So it says here, according to the Googles, use the set widget node, which we're doing, assign a pre-existing widget component to a specific widget class, which is what we're doing. Hang on. Just checking the Epic forum a minute. Apparently you've got to create the object from class. Alright. Alright, can you do that in the constructor, I wonder? So I could just duplicate the actor and create specific versions of the actor, but I don't want to. I would rather kind of do it programmatically so that we're not having to create duplicates. And again, you're just creating folder bloat and blueprint bloat, and it is not required if you can do it in a better way. Yeah, so I was hoping you could just assign the widget class as is, but looks like you're going to have to construct it instead. Right, so can we assign this straight into there? Alright, we can. So, alright. So for each one, we're essentially just going to have to do this. Yoink, get rid of that. So engineering can have its actual one, and then the rest of them I'll just use command for testing purposes. And then we will get rid of that. Don't want it messing us about. I agree it would. Okay, I'm not convinced that worked, but I'm also not surprised because I didn't think that actually worked from the constructor anyway. So let's do it from here. try it from there instead. So we got taskboard engineering, taskboard command, setting our widget. Right, if this doesn't work, then I'm forced to make the duplicates I don't want to make. I can just basically make a bunch of job blueprints. But it did work, so we don't need to. Right, so engineering says engineering and is raising its tasks. All the rest of them say command as designed. Okay. So today we learned something. We learned that you have to construct the object if you want to set the widget. You can't just pick it from a drop-down. More's the pity, but there we go. That's how it works. So we need to do it the way it works. In the grand scheme of things, I guess if you think about it, that does make sense. So I'll just do a set department UI where we do all this stuff. We can just pop that there and then basically forget about it. So that will just do that on begin play. Make sure we've got our correct UI in place. And then we will start populating them. Right, I'll get rid of all these list views a minute. We will need to go through each of these in turn in a sec, just to make sure that we are generating the right list view item. Right, I guess we'll do them in order. So we've got bridge tasks, and then on the list view, our list entry widget thingy, what's it, would be task list view bridge. So when we do all this, we then have to change the variable types and everything. Pretty much on all of it. Yeah, all of it, basically. So this one is engineering, so we want to change that to bridge. We don't want that one, we want bridge one, which is there. Okay, so we're setting our task list. We're then looping that, and then we're going to break the bridge one. There's nothing really there. Yeah, we've got no data to give it, so that can just go for now. And the object we're constructing would be list view bridge. Oops. Refresh that to get rid of those. Oh no, they are there actually. So yeah, so this stuff we will have to sort out on the actual task, the list view item. We won't worry about that for now. We'll just set this manually. So this is a bridge task. And that would be bridge station. Obviously we don't have access to task IDs or anything like that. Yeah, so that does that, and then once that bit's done, we then need to just make sure that we cast to the correct class here. So cast to list view bridge. And then I imagine that's in. Let's leave them at that. They might error. No, fine. Okay. And then we just need to do that for all the rest of them. Go through and just do the list, cast to command. Bosh, and save. And obviously as we go through and actually add proper data to these, then we'll customize them and make them proprietary for each department. So engineering we've done, medical. Cast to medical. The issue with porting to Linux is that I'm not a Linux developer. I don't have a Linux machine, and as much as you could package the game on Linux, you then have to support it on that platform as well. And it is for the same reason that we're not releasing on Mac, because we would need basically a full-time developer to support that platform. So until that's true, there's not a lot we can do about it, really. Like, I could fire up a Linux machine, install Red Hat on it or something. In fact, Red Hat's like the last thing I tried like 20 years ago. and I could get it to package, but packaging it is only half the problem. It is then the onward support that needs to be maintained, and that's the bit we can't do. Plus, as we experienced with the Orville game, the Mac build had a lot of issues that the PC build didn't. So then you're also adding the additional overhead of having to bug fix a product on a completely different platform that has different issues per platform. So like it would have like graphical issues that was unique to the Mac build that wasn't appearing on the PC build. So it's like, well, how do you onwardly support that going forward? Which is why you'd need a dedicated developer for per platform. Yeah, everyone that's playing under Linux is using Proton. To be honest, even the Steam Deck uses Proton. That does seem to be the way forward. Yeah, we're just basically using contractors for stuff as and when it's needed. We had to pay a massive amount of tax last month, actually. Many tens of thousands. So yeah, we certainly can't take on anyone full time, not unless the game's bringing in like a proper regular income. Because as nice as it was to have the Kickstarter and to have that cash in the bank, that's like a finite pot of money, which is just constantly dwindling. So we can't take on a full-time employee until we have some way of topping that back up again. Because what's going to happen is the money will run out, and then we'll have to let them go and make them redundant, which we don't want to do. So yeah, we need the game to be bringing in regular income, and then we can take on people permanently, which is what early access hopefully will give us. Which is why we're full steam ahead with all these gameplay systems, trying to get the game in the best state it can be for early access. Yeah, we were definitely looking at the merch front. Claire has a laser burner and she makes some really cool, well, actually, it's got water on it, but things like that she did as a test for me, which is kind of cool. So we can make Star Sim merch and make things like coasters and keychains and anything you can burn with a laser pretty much. So we can do stuff like that. And obviously via a third party, things like mugs and stuff. Hot chocolate with schnapps, nice. Hey, Binary. And yeah, I'd love to make the ships 3D printable as kits. That would be hella cool. And I also want some die-cast models as well. And I want some like glue models where you like put lighting kits and things in them. I don't know what else to call it. What would you call a plastic model kit that you put together with glue? Yeah, to be honest, it's almost too many ideas. It's about like whittling it down. Did I put bridge? Yes, I did. Actually, I'm not setting the lists view down here for these. So make sure I do that for the other ones as well. Otherwise, they won't work. Almost done. Okay, last one. Okay, so if I've done all that correctly, we should have all of these erasing the correct tasks in the correct boxes. I forgot to rename them, of course, so I shall go do that real quick. Give this a quick check a minute. That's really cool, Sawbones. Say hi to your 6-year-old for me. So, bridge task is being raised on the bridge tasks, commands being raised there, engineering's there, tactical's there, deck I need to rename, medical's there, stewards is there. Not seeing any command tasks being raised, or science. Yeah, Statistically, there would have been one raised there by now, so that must be broke. So I'll go through and look at that. Right, so they're good. Which one wasn't doing it? Oh, that one. So deck needs renaming. And then science and command not working. Okay. Let's do deck first. So definitely doing that. Ah, that's why. It's still set to engineering. Should have fixed the deck one. And then science. Just make sure we've got the right list view there. Yes, we do. Yes, we do there as well. So what's that? Science. Struct department science. Science. Yeah, that all looks fine. Cast to science. Can't see any reason why that wouldn't work. Just check the command one. So task list view command. Task list view command. Tasks command. Command. Casting to the right object there. Right, so they look right. Let's check with Greg. So command task. Create command task. Yep, that looks right. And science. Create science task. Looks correct. The crew don't necessarily need tablets because they've got an AR headset. So really, a tablet's just an unnecessary encumbrance. But this is more for just management purposes. You know, having a task view on a board somewhere is just how the command staff keep ahead of what's going on. So yes, 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 no, yes, yes, and no. Why are they not working? Yeah, we're not passing that yet. It will be. This is literally just testing. So none of this data is like final at all. Like, technically that's the task ID there on that one, because that one we are passing it through, but not on the others. But these will be expandable. So if you click it, it will come up with a like a pop-up screen with all the information about the task and, you know, accept or decline and that sort of thing. Okay, so what's different about the science and the command ones? Yeah, the fact that it's in the wrong department would have something to do with it, I would have thought. Alright, wait a minute, that's weird. Ship-wide bridge command science. So command and science are next to each other there. Engineering, tactical, deck, medical stewards. So is the ship-wide one saying something stupid? No, it's saying ship-wide. Hang on, let's just look at that again a minute. Okay, so the first one's saying command task, even though it's set to ship wide, which is weird. So the command tasks there is working. The science one isn't. So they are next to each other as they should be. I bet this is something to do with this. So ship wide. Ah, yeah, there we go. That's why. WPP ship. So task force ship wide. Okay. And then make sure science is definitely doing science. Command is definitely doing command. Yeah. It should be completely random. So it says ship wide now, so that's at least doing the right thing. And as tasks are being generated, we're literally just picking a random department. So it doesn't care how many there are per department. Yeah, there we go. There's a ship-wide one, so that's definitely working. Is science just being really unlucky, I wonder? Oh yeah, I just saw science pop up and it didn't arrive on the screen, so science is definitely broken. But all the rest are working, so that's good. Definitely the illusion, yeah. And in fact, we probably will do that as part of the normal operation of things. So we'll want priority tasks being displayed at the top of the list at all times, but we'll probably put some way of listing them in different orders as needed, maybe like per component type or something, whatever category is relevant to the department at the time. Let's go through this step by step. Do we have science on here? No. That would probably explain it. Hang on. Tactical, ship-wide, bridge, stewards, medical, command. No, we don't have science on here, so that would be exactly the problem. Oh, because we didn't make one. Yeah, so create science task. Oh, do we already have one? Is it somewhere it shouldn't be? Oh, is there? Huh? Am I being unnecessarily blind here? Oh, yeah, duh. There we go. Yeah, that's a good one, binary. Sorting by age. Ah, yeah, there we go. We have tasks being raised across the board. Okay, so where are we up to with this? So we've got our task manager. We've got per department task boards now for every department, so that's all of them done, which is nice. So we now have the capability of raising tasks in any department across the ship. So I guess the next step is to make those meaningful and start working out how those ship-wide objectives play into the subtasks for the other departments, although most of the time it's probably just going to be on the bridge. How are we doing time-wise? Half an hour. So I suppose it would be an interesting test to see if we can. I won't touch the ability to explore star systems yet, because that would likely break something, which we don't want to do. So instead, let's see if we can have an NPC order a drink. If I make a bar a minute. Can't remember whether I actually made the bar a separate object or whether it's part of the floor. I think it might have been part of the floor. No matter. Wow, okay, that's unnecessarily large. That's horribly textured. Ah, no. Yes, Greg is of course the taskmaster. so we want, let's just save that, make sure we build our paths around it. Okay. Yeah, let's get our AI character a minute. Get rid of that. We'll use our test one. Find the floor. Potentially, although for the shelving guys, I'd need to set it up with tasks, because right now they're not using it for tasks. They're literally going from place to place via the NPC logic. They're not generating a task in the background. Yes, they do need to. But let's just do this one quickly, so that we're not breaking something else. I want to implement this without breaking things that are already there, as is my usual way of doing things. Right, so I'll set her for stewards bar, and then we will have a table. I have the one that I made, but okay, let's just go with a random square coffee table. Far too small, but never mind. Right, and then we'll have another NPC. Floating tables, that's our thing. Right, so if we make him a civilian. Did I add that? No, I didn't. Alright. Okay, let's make him a botany guy. That one's in the right department. Right, so these are our test AIs, so that we can mess with them without causing too many issues. Okay, so we haven't got the reservation bit for tasks, but let's get rid of Greg a minute. Sorry, Greg. So we stop raising random tasks. And so what we'll have them do is, I guess we need points of interest. Just so that we can path them around. So walking to table, chilling at table. Okay. Then we want walking to bar and ordering drink. Don't think I've got. Yeah, I don't have the off-duty one on there yet, so we'll just stick it in the botany group for now. Actually, I'll also I shall tag these with table and bar, because we're going to kind of force some actions here. Yeah, let's get this one working first. So we need to switch on department. So botany. So obviously this is kind of forced at the moment. It's not like a natural NPC behavior, but just for testing purposes, that's what we'll run with. So the first thing we're going to do is get all actors of class with tag. So NPC point of interest, and the tag is bar. Get a copy of that, and then we're going to walk to location. We want the one that makes them spam their debug spams. Or did I remove that? I might have ended up removing that. Oh, I did. Yeah. Okay. sure this is going to actually do this properly, which it looks like it will. That's fine. So we're going to walk there. If we fail, we'll start again. Wait a second. And then bar logic. If we're successful, then we're just going to brute force this for now, just for testing reasons. So we'll get our task manager. And then we will cast to it. Actually, we don't need to, do we? Create a steward's task. I don't think we've got any data in that yet, no. So we'll just make sure that we do create a steward's task. We will then delay for 5 seconds. And then we will get our table. Go back to the table. If we fail, then we'll just rerun the logic again. Otherwise, we will delay for 10 seconds and start again. So what we should have is that NPC should be walking to the bar and basically raising a task for the stewards. Could have done it with the light, really. So they've gone to the bar. They should go back to their table. Okay, and there should be a steward's task raised, which there is. So they're going back to the bar, and they should raise another steward's task, which they have. And back to the table. So they'll basically just walk back and forth now, just basically grabbing drinks, or just ordering drinks. Now obviously we're not populating any of the task data at this point. We're just walking back and forth. So what we'll do is we'll hard code the stewards side of it, like we have here. So if we do another custom event, stewards logic, so we'll do a similar thing. So we need to get our we need to get the task manager, and then we need to get the steward's tasks from that, and then it's going to be just any one of that. Actually, we don't even need to do that, to be honest. We'll get the first one in the list, and then we want to go over to table, Actually, we will do a quick check. So if length is greater than 0, as in there is one on there, then we shall go and find our table, and we'll call it table 2, because we want the steward to go to the other side of the table. When we do this properly, the table itself will be the thing that becomes the POI. We don't need to manually place these points of interest. The objects in the world will do that itself, and we'll also have it so that this NPC will be the thing doing the ordering, and that will be the target. So the steward will walk to wherever that NPC happens to be and hand it to them personally. Okay, and actually we need their bar location as well, so we'll call that bar 2 for now. Bar 2. Right, so they're going to walk over there. If they fail, we will delay for a second and go back to the beginning. If they are successful, we will delay just for a second, and then we shall go back to the bar. So bar 2. Again, if we fail, we'll wait a second, know the logic. If we're successful, we will delay 5 seconds and go back to the beginning. Now this isn't removing the task from the list yet. Let's just make sure that they do what they're supposed to do. So basically, she won't move until there's a task. Oh. I know what I missed. I created a branch here without anything to do. So we just need that. So once per second, she'll check to see if there's a task waiting to be completed in the steward's list. Okay, it's a task raised, and they're immediately bringing it over. They've placed the drink, and they're going back to the bar. And right now, they will just go straight back to the table because the task isn't being removed from the list. So they're now just kind of crossing in the night. So the next thing to do is to make sure that that gets removed when they go across to there. So on our task manager, we need... for now, I'm just going to forget about IDs and just strip the task from the list. So under steward's tasks, we'll make, I'll just do a clear steward's task, stewards. Now ordinarily we would have our task ID in here, which would be an integer. I think I might start making them an appended string. So we'll do some kind of string for the department and then underscore an integer, so that we can have less chance of two random numbers being the same. So on our task manager, we should now have access to, where is it? Stewards there. Clear stewards task. Let's find our stewards so they line up. So all I'm going to do is literally just clear that array like that. Now, because the UI screens are polling this blueprint, I don't need to do anything more than that, because the UI screens will take that for themselves. So what will happen now, in fact, if we make them wait a bit longer, so after they have ordered, we'll make them wait maybe 20 seconds before ordering again. And then we'll have so if there is something there, we will delay delay for 5 seconds. Let's call that the time it takes to make a drink. And then they'll wander over. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, then we don't need to do a delay once they get back, because any delay will be handled there instead. So what should happen now is NPC 1 will wander on over, order a drink. I'm going to make them a lit path so we can see what they're doing. And then the NPC at the bar will wait for 5 seconds whilst they walk back, and then clear the task. Actually, we didn't do the clear task, did we? So on success, before we do that, we will grab our task manager, and then we will clear stewards task. Again, right now we're not bothering with task IDs or anything, we're just literally clearing the whole lot off. Okay, so a drink has been ordered. The drink is being delivered. Okay, so after 20 seconds she'll go and get another drink, but he should now wait there, not doing anything, until she comes back, because there are no tasks in the steward's task list. So she comes back to order a drink. Talkie. Drink is ordered. Brings the drink over. I mean, he could have just handed it to her, the lazy cow, but he's just doing his job. Okay, that seems to be working well. And if we drag this UI over a minute, then we can eavesdrop on what's going on. Stewards, yeah. Yeah, actual drinks comes next. Okay, task is raised. And that task should clear when they get to the table. Oh, no, only got back to the bar. Okay, so, yeah, so we'll clear that when they get to the table instead. Because technically that's when the task has been completed. So, task raised. Right, okay, let's just do that then. So we'll pop that back on there. And then we'll move that over to there. Right, so the task should be cleared when they reach the table. Oh, good night, Binary. Have a good one. Yes, so assigning tasks and task management will be the realms of the department head, and that will be like the next iteration of the system, basically. So once we've got them being auto-assigned, then we'll start looking at ways of having them manually assigned. Just make sure that this one clears. So task raised. Task being actioned. Task is clear. So she will do nothing until there's another task. So whilst there are no tasks pending, we'll just have the NPCs doing idle stuff, like, I don't know, like polishing a glass or organizing a shelf, something. And then as soon as there's an actual task, then we'll have them stop doing their idle duties and actually action the thing that needs actioning. But yeah, there we go. And we've just about hit midnight, so that's good timing. Move out of her way. So that's not bad really this evening. So we've got basically we've got tasks being managed for all departments on the ship, which is great, including the bridge and ship-wide orders. We've got the ability to raise tasks in any department. We've got some rudimentary task actioning, which is going on here with these two. And I guess the next step in the process with this is raising the tasks specifically with actual actionable events that we're listening out for. And I guess move the automatic exploration of a star system to the task system. So rather than us having the NPCs themselves doing the logic, which is what's happening now, we'll have them have a task picked up and actually action that task, so that we're constantly raising and closing off tasks. So if we have the bridge department task board, then you should see sensors tasks popping up and being actioned every time a planet's being scanned, and then when it's time to go to the next planet, you should see the helm task pop up and be actioned, and then there should be a science one after that. So you should see those tasks being raised in succession as those NPCs are actually performing those actions, and they should be properly tracked ID driven tasks as well. So that's kind of the next step in this system. But yeah, I mean, there's a big step forward in terms of starting the process of basically life aboard ship, living, doing tasks, and working in space, which was the whole point to begin with. It's coming, Delta. It's coming very soon. Okay. On that happy note, I shall wish you all adieu, and I shall see you on Wednesday for more of this, I expect, because what's Wednesday? Hang on, what day is it? No, Sunday. It's Friday, isn't it? Yes, so we'll do some Caravella stuff on Sunday. Probably more electrical stuff. I know it's getting a bit boring doing that every week, but it needs doing. But we'll see. See if we can find something funner to do, maybe. So yeah, I shall see you all on Sunday. Have a great weekend, and bye for now.